salamin. Mayroong lungkot at pananabik. Kung wala kay kulang mga bituin. Aasa ko babalik ang ligaya, aking ngiti sa aking mata hanggang sa muli. Pagkikita, sasabihin, mahal kita. Ikaw pa rin ang hanap ng pusong ligaw. Ikaw ang matutulungan at pupuntahan. Pag-ibig mo ang hanap ng pusong ligaw. Mula noon, bukas at kailanman. Mula noon, bukas at kailanman. Mula noon, bukas at kailanman.
Sugata ang adlaw with a smile. Tune in na sa radio, in alive. Bisan na sa man good, listen to the music and it feels so good. Ay gundang ihangtod, may papuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka muadto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pagsibya, Z-Radio. Don't stop sa Z-Radio, tagaan mong lingaw. Kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop. Chillin' while the tune in sa radio. All day, all night, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Bisan o gasa pa kapadulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pagsibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pagsibya, Z-Radio.
Nagasibya gikan sa Bulawanong probinsya sa Davao de Oro. Kini ang Siguradong Lingaw.
Siguradong lingaw.
Siguradong Kuyaw.
Siguradong kuyaw.
88.5. Z Radio.
This is Z Radio 88.5.
Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Z Radio 88.5.
Hoy, tara, magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhan bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, ngayong asyo'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go!
One station, all the hits.
Z Radio 88.5.
Katambalan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang diin, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Hilyan tayong kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang hanggang simula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani kabrigada, lahat ang ika'y gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paaral ay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Aalagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin.
Ito lang,
Kapit lang,
sama-sama,
walang iwanan.
mananatiling magkasangga.
Langit ay kakampiling natin. Ano man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
Today's reflection. 2 Samuel chapter 11 verse 1. In the spring of the year, when kings normally go out to war, David sent Joab and the Israelite army to fight the Ammonites. They destroyed the Ammonite army and laid siege to the city of Rabbah. However, David stayed behind in Jerusalem. Our human strength fails, and we give in to temptation. So it was with King David, who experienced the Lord's rescue countless times. But he still allowed temptation to fill his mind and dictate his actions, and it came with consequences. In today's verse, we see that David took some time off and stayed at the palace, which probably appeared harmless enough, one of the perks of being a king. And requesting Bathsheba's presence must have seemed like a pathway to pleasure. But these choices led to the murder of Bathsheba's husband and set in motion a cover-up. Ultimately, the Lord demanded an accounting. Like David, we may consider the company we keep, places we go, and choices we make as relatively harmless. But later, after we have succumbed to temptation, we are filled with regret. Fortunately, that is not the end of the story for the king or for us. David's heartfelt repentance was accepted by God, and if we confess, ours will be too. Ask the Lord today for discernment to recognize the temptations in front of you and the strength that take his way of escape. Be greatly blessed.
May pagluban, yuta mong nagmadagayaon, mga anak mong mahigugmaon. Di paligong sa bayanihan, iumol sa panag-iusa. Sa tinuang may mabeya at sa pagtinabangan may kalamluan. Gikan sa bubuhan, Davao de Oro, tuburan sa paglaon. Sa Davaoan yung mahuswagon, ang kaanyang mong makabibihan, talag sa undas sa kahitasan, kamukiran sa lumaki alimahan, bunga sa karagayan. May bulawang may pagluban, yuta mong nagmadagayaon, mga anak mong mahigugmaon. Ipaligong sa bayanihan, iumol sa panag-iusa. Sa timuang may mabeya at sa pagtinabangan may kalamluan. Among kabulahanan, Davao de Oro, mapulawanong paraiso. Sa nag-iusang Davaoenyo, ang kaanyang makabibihan, talag sa unggas sa kahitasan, kabukiran sa lumagi alimahan, bunga sa kadagayan. Davao de Oro, kami mong nagagitan, among kabulahanan. Davao
Radio 88.5.
One station, all the hits.
Z Radio 88.5.
Madayaw Davao de Oro, good morning. We are here again sa ato ang programang Radyo Z-Eskwela. Siguradong masaya dinhi kita nagasidya karon sa Z Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. My name is Teacher Given ug ako ang inyong makauban down to 12 o'clock karong udto. And of course, ubanin ninyo ang ato ang programa hantod alas 2 sa hapon. Tungod today, we are bound to give you our lesson presentations nga gi-prepare o gipanukaran gyud sa ato ang mga content presenters and creative resource material developer nga maoy nakatoka for today's episode, no? All that and more ato ang atangan tungod kay another exciting learning episode na pod ang ato ang pagasaluhan ni ining ato ang programa. Good morning sa ato ang mga suking tigpaminaw. Of course, ato ang gitimbayatan na natong mga teachers from all around Davao de Oro sa tanan natong mga eskwelahan dinha nga kanunay nagpalanog-lanog ni ining ato ang programa. Maayong pagpaminaw ninyong tanan, and I hope nga ubanan mi ninyo hantod unya no nga mahuman ang ato ang programa. Of course, dili nato kalimtan sa pagtimbaya ang ato ang mga division leaders or education leaders. Gipangunahan sa ato ang schools division superintendent, maayong pagpaminaw Ma'am Eufemia Gamutin. Hello also to our ASDS Dr. Romel Handayan, to our SGOD chief Dr. Ruben Riponte, and our OICCID chief, and at the same time our program director ni ining ato ang pag-implementar sa Radyo Z-Eskwela. Hello to Dr. Arlene Lim ug sa tanan natong mga education program supervisors nga kanunay gyud naga-provide og technical assistance sa ato ang mga content presenters and resource material developer para mas mapalami, mapanindot ug mas mahimong informative pa kining ato ang mga materyales dinhi nga ginagamit sa ato ang programa. I hope you are doing perfectly good right now, and of course, once again, ubanin ninyo ang ato ang programa, and please allow us to know nga naminaw mo karon that you are with us sa ato ang programa by of course commenting on our comment section tungod kay gawa sa inyohang mga radyo 88.5 on your radio dial. Mabati ug makita ta ninyo pinaagi sa ato ang mga Facebook live streaming sa ato ang mga nagkadaiyang social media platforms. We are still coming to you live at Z Radio 88.5 Facebook page, DepEd Tayo Division of Davao de Oro, and Radyo Z-Eskwela, DepEd Davao de Oro. And please, do subscribe our YouTube channel kung diin pwede kaayo ninyong balikan ang tanan natong mga lesson presentation, especially sa ato ang mga learners nga naminaw karon nga naay gustong mas mapaklaro pa or i-review sa ato ang mga leksyon. Please feel free to check our YouTube channel ug didto ninyo makita ang ato ang mga leksyon nga gina-air dinhi sa ato ang programa. That is why sa amuan ang ginabalik-balik, we are encouraging everyone to please do like, share, follow, and subscribe all our social media platforms para mas mapalapad ang reach ni ining ato ang programa. Also, we are encouraging everyone to please do utilize our comment section para sa inyong mga greetings and questions later on. I hope nga naatay mo abot nga mga content presenter para muhatag og kalamdagan o katin-awan sa inyuhang mga pangutana dinha. And of course, do not forget to fill out our attendance link for today na naka-flash ngayon sa inyong mga TV screen. That's https://tinyurl.com/Radyo Z-Eskwela April 22. Again, that's https://tinyurl.com/Radyo Z-Eskwela April 22. Sa lahat ng ating mga learners na nakatutok ngayon, please find time to fill out our attendance, and sa ato ang mga teachers nga kauban nato karong mga taknaa, please i-send ang ato ang mga link ngadto sa ato ang mga estudyante, ilabi na sa ato mga estudyante sa grade 11, grade 12, grade 9, and grade 10. So expectedly today, we are going to give you our lesson presentations for human person in their environment for grade 11, basic concepts of politics, or yes, that would be our course for Philippine politics and governance for grade 12. And of course, we will be talking about grade 9 TLE Technology and Livelihood Education as well as in grade 10. So tanana ato ang ihatod kaninyo unya taod-taod. Please sa ato ang mga estudyante no, please find your most comfortable positions tungod kay ato ang sugdan kining ato ang leksyon karong adlaw. But before that one, of course, ato ang itimbaya ka na natong mga suking tigpaminaw. Hello to Kai Sevilla Zita, Sir Edshil Lara, maing pagpaminaw all the way from the district of Moncayo. Hello to Ivory May Hinoroso Fornolies. Hello to Darlene Midilio all the way from Monte Vista National High School. Ug sa tanan natong mga kaigsuunan, mga kahigalaan ug mga kaubanan dinha sa ato ang faculty, sa old faculty and new faculty. Yes, maayong pagpaminaw ninyong tanan and I hope nga naata sa maayong kahimtang, himsog nga panlawas ug luwas gikan sa tanang mga balatian. Happy listening also to Sir Paulo Agbon Adolfo and Ma'am Mary Ann Lanes Robles, Lynn Beldia Sotomil, and to Sir Radney Colin Remis all the way from Consuelo and Valderrama National High School ug sa tanan nga ako mga former mga colleagues dinha sa Consuelo and Valderrama National High School, maayong pagpaminaw ninyong tanan. I bet everyone is now ready for our topic for today for grade 11. Yes, sa tanan nato mga grade 11 learners, stay tuned tungod kay atuan ang sugdan ang atuang leksyon on grade 11 with the course Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person. Our topic for today is all about human person in their environment, and our lesson presentation will be presented by our teachers from Pantuca National High School Integrated Senior High School. We have our content presenters, Ma'am Angeli T. Aris, together with Sir Bregoli P. Hiromo, Teacher 2 of Tambunga National High School, Integrated Senior High School. Kaya naman, please get ready because we are now going to give you our lesson presentation in Grade 11, Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person. Yearn for new learning? Learn significantly today about crafts and preparing dishes, computer servicing, as well as knowing the people and governance. My name is Teacher Given. Uban ni ko ninyo, tara na magklase na ta.
Good day, virtual learners. Welcome to the third segment of Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person. In our previous lesson on the second segment, found in Human Person in the Environment, Lesson 1, entitled The Approaches and Understanding Relationship of the Human Person with the Environment, you learned the major philosophical views regarding the person's relationship with nature. That includes anthropocentrism, biocentrism, and ecocentrism. When we talk about anthropocentrism, it considered humans as the most significant species on the planet, and that nature provides humankind with the means to survive and develop. The next view is biocentric. You learn that individual gives equal importance to all organisms on the planet Earth and considers them as having an inherent worth. Then, the ecocentric view. You learned that it emphasized ecosystem and biological communities and considers humans stewards of nature. In this lesson, you generalize that human being has the capacity that comes to a degree of control over one's life and the environment. You also proved how the heightened awareness of this capacity also highlighted with the human being's position and power to have the domination over nature, to transcend the cycle of the environment. The remarkable insight that you learned about the previous topic is the realization that human activities have a significant impact on the environment, such as the following pictures reveal. The current scientific evidence proves that human activities over the centuries have resulted in great changes in climate patterns throughout the world, such as the global warming, earth pollution, soil erosion, great famine, and even typhoon catastrophe. This climate change and its related effects are among the most important environmental issues we face today. With the environmental ethics that you learn, it is the perspective that advocates action to address a growing environmental problems. You learned about the philosophical view related to environmentalism that mandates to analyze the relationship between humans and the environment, that seeks to address environmental problems brought about by human activities. So as a student, you learn to advocate the sustainability development to address the problem in the environment destruction. That you learned to be efficient when it comes to your advocacy in preserving our natural resources. Moreover, you learn that there must be an emphasis on human activities and it must not unduly harm the environment. Natural resources must then be preserved wisely, and the environment must be preserved for the next generation in order to address the environmentalism problem, to follow with the advocacy of environmentalism in the philosophical aspect. Our topic for today is found in Chapter 5, Lesson 1, The Meaning of Freedom. It is based on Most Essential Learning Competency 5.2, stated to evaluate and exercise prudence in making choices, based from the code PPT 11/12-LLB-5.2. The following objectives that will be attained on this lesson are the following. Number 1. Defines freedom and distinguish between negative and positive concepts of freedom. Number 2. Analyzes situations that demonstrate consequence of choices. Number 3. Reflects on Jean-Paul Sartre's philosophical viewpoint on individual freedom. Lesson goal. In this chapter found in Lesson 1, The Meaning of Freedom, you will learn a possible answer of humankind gross misunderstanding of the concept of human freedom. For the sake of focus, it would be important to clarify what we mean by freedom and the distinction between positive and negative freedom according to Isaiah Berlin. Isaiah Berlin stated that freedom is largely interpreted as the capacity to do whatever individual wants without hindrance and limitation. Freedom is misunderstood in doing anything you want. Genuine freedom, however, is one that is always coupled with responsibility. In this lesson, you will apply the concept of freedom in different branches of philosophy. Freedom can mean many different things to different people. Here, you will realize the concern political freedom as advocated by Isaiah Berlin, as he distinguished between the concept of positive and negative freedom. You will also examine these concepts and learn to recognize the difference between freedom from constraint and the freedom that comes from self-mastery or self-realization. Look at the picture and think about the concept of freedom. In your own point of view, What is the meaning of freedom? Then, you will have to analyze the essence of freedom. Let's pause for a break and we will right back.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
We're back. This time, you will learn about the definition of freedom. Freedom is an intrinsic and essential property of a person, and it is experienced through the act of making choices. It is important to exercise caution and prudence to reflect on possible courses of action in making decisions or doing actions. Freedom also means that as a nature of the human being is the individual freedom, and that the individual has his or her nature to seek wisdom. As an important indication of human freedom is the ability to make choices and perform actions. In fact, our freedom to act sets us apart from other beings. According to the existentialist point of view, they believe that the real is not floating idea, but should be directly linked to a person's life. It should be visible in action. Existentialism is the freedom in exercising through making choices. The main tenet of existentialism is that we are the authors of our lives. For existentialist point of view, the concrete freedom is not just words, but it means it can be acted upon. Hence, the task of a human person who wants to be real and authentic is to take care of this capacity. This means that one must put in energy, power, and strength in all dimensions of his or her life. When one looks at people who are genuinely free, one observes that they are the ones who have kept themselves healthy, the ones who exercise the choice to say no to the temptations of vices. Moreover, the ones who work hard to improve themselves economically and spend their money wisely. Therefore, genuine freedom means a lot of daily work. Those who did the reverse mostly find themselves enslaved by others. These are the people who are victims of their laziness, their vices, and their indifferences. Prejudice, or the people who keep on blaming for their miserable life due to circumstance, like extreme poverty, vicious and irresponsible parents, terror, teachers, and the like. Freedom is widely applied concept in different branches of philosophy. For the sake of focus, it would be important to clarify where does freedom rooted. Freedom is rooted in the human person's self-determination. When we talk of self-determination, it entails to the ability or power to make individual decisions. Especially, it has the power of the nation to decide how it will be governed. This also refers to the ability to become. The second one is intellectual exercise. When we talk about intellectual exercise, it is the process to manifest one's ideas and aspirations. A good act makes better, while its opposite has a negative impact on him or her as a person. You are free to choose to be a good person and to act in a good way or in a bad way. This is the nature of self-determination with the exercise of intellectual mentality. The essence of freedom requires a degree of control from the person who exercises it, and this is what we call as free will. So as a person, you have the ability to decide what to do independently of any outside influence, that you exercises control over yourself in determining what is good or bad action. You have learned in this lesson that the essence of freedom is very important to an individual person. You come to ask, what is the essence of freedom deep within yourself? You will think and analyze and reflect that human freedom is our rights and suffrage as an individual human being. It is an inherent and inalienable right of a man and provides within the framework of knowledge a person possesses. Freedom can be described as a situation of behaving of people as a moral agent according to their own preferences and national decisions. On the other hand, when we speak of freedom, it is the ability to set your own schedule and to decide on the work you do, even to make vital decisions in life. It is your responsibility as being held accountable for your actions. It might involve figuring out how to get paid for your work, owning your own mistakes, or having others count on you. With the existentialism point of view, they answer about the significance of freedom as it is real. That the real is not a floating idea, but it should be directly linked to a person's life. It should be visible in action. In relation to our topic to this lesson, the existentialists argue that freedom should not only be conceived as an idea or a notion, but freedom significance is something that you exercise through making choices. When a person exercises his or her freedom, he or she becomes real. This time, try to look on the picture. Let's compare how animals and human persons behave to get a better understanding of freedom. Some animals behave like human beings because they seem to perform actions in response to giving commands. In fact, a well-trained dog can perform certain tasks on command, such as stay or fetch, because it has been trained and conditioned to perform them. The same cannot be said about human beings. You cannot just approach a stranger, toss him or her a ball, and say, fetch. surely you will be met with curious and suspicious stares. A person will not respond automatically to the command to fetch because he or she is not conditioned to obey like the dog or animal. The human person does not experience the world in the same way that animals do. Animals act instinctively, meaning their actions are more like predetermined responses to certain stimuli. A person, on the other hand, can choose the course of action to take when given a stimulus or faced with a certain situation. You expect your dog to always respond in the same way to your commands, like I did experience with my own pet dog. With us humans, our inherent freedom makes us very dynamic creatures, and our actions do not necessarily follow a set pattern or a predetermined course. Now we proceed with the two types of freedom. These are the negative freedom and positive freedom. We begin with the important distinction about these two types of freedom, as advocated from a philosopher named Isaiah Berlin. Negative freedom refers to the absence of interference which is intentionally imposed to a person. This means that it may come in the form of physical coercion, such as kidnapping or imprisonment, even verbal coercion, such as issuing of threats to another person. This has a philosophical view that one is free in the negative sense when she does not experience either forms of coercion. Just like when you uttered, I am negatively free, free to the degree to which no human being interferes with my actions and even my activity. To that extent, you can have the elaboration of having enjoyment with an unimpeded and uncoerced making of choices. In short, negative freedom is the absence of coercion or interference. When we talk about positive freedom, it refers to the possibility of making actions to take control of one's life to realize one's fundamental purposes. It is not just about the absence of coercion, but it is more than just being let alone by others. Say, for example, as a student, you are being invited to attend with a fiesta celebration, and there is an incoming examination. So as a student, you prefer to study than to attend with the fiesta celebration. It indicates that deep within yourself, you possess freedom, which is a positive one, to control or mastery of yourself so as the strength to do what is good, which is prioritizing your study above all than to attend fiesta celebration. Try to reflect. Have you been in this kind of situation? What are the things that you considered in making choice? Let's proceed to a moment of reflection. Students, examine your actions, habits, and behavior by asking yourselves with these questions. What should I do? Why should I do it? What will happen if I do it? How will my actions or behavior affect myself, others, and my surroundings? Will my actions or behavior be considered correct, proper, beneficial, and moral? This time, let's proceed to evaluation part. Direction. Exercise prudence in your choice or decision. What should you do in this situation? Mang Lito was walking down the street. He suddenly saw a boy crossing the busy road. The boy was chasing after a basketball ball that had bounced off into the road. The boy had his eyes on his ball and did not realize that there was oncoming traffic on the road. At the same time, a taxi was passing along the road. Its driver saw the boy suddenly crossing and he quickly applied his brake to stop the car. The taxi was about to hit the boy when Mang Lito decided to stop the car. The taxi was about to hit the boy when Mang Lito decided to take action, ran across the road, and grabbed the boy to safety. On the given situation, evaluate the actions and choices that should supposedly made in the given situation of Mang Lito by following the guided question. Number 1. What did Mang Lito do when he realized the boy was about to be hit by the car? Number 2. What can you say about the actions of Mang Lito? What do you think will be the result of his actions? Number 3. Would it be possible for other people on the sidewalk to risk their lives like Mang Lito did? Yes or no? Share concrete example. This time, I will going to entertain questions about the lesson. I will give time for you to reflect and evaluate on the evaluation questions. This time, let's pause for a break.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
All right, virtual learners, we're back. To wrap up, we come to conclude that freedom can mean many different things. The word can have a powerful motive, force. It concerned with political freedom as advocated by Isaiah Berlin as he distinguished between the concept of negative and positive freedom. Freedom is an intrinsic and essential property of a person. The human person is by nature free and seeks freedom. To act sets us apart from other beings. It is also understood to be the power to create and define oneself. It is also rooted in the person's self-determination and the exercise of intellect and freedom. Having and exercising freedom shall entail certain responsibilities. Human actions can either uphold or diminish freedom. A person becomes less free when he or she does not exercise control over his or her actions. Actions that diminish freedom also dehumanize a person, as it sets us apart from other human beings. You also learn that freedom is experienced through the act of making choices. It is therefore important for persons to exercise caution and prudence and reflect on possible courses of action in making decisions or doing actions. Just like this example, as a human, our inherent freedom makes us very dynamic creatures, and your actions do not necessarily follow a set pattern or a predetermined course. For instance, your mother may ask you to clean your room one day, and you will follow her instruction. On the following week, however, you may decide not to clean your room because you feel lazy. The week after, you may decide to clean your room without even being told. These varied actions indicate that you are exercising your freedom. Freedom is rooted in the human person's self-determination and the exercise of intellect and the free will. As you come to realize, with your most significant others, just like your parents or even your mother, may tell you about the freedom facets of making decision. This means that a person's every action is freely determined, and these actions define him or her. You can freely choose to be a good person and to act in a good way. A good act makes better, while its opposite has a negative impact on him or her as a person. This is the nature of self-determination, that a person's action determine what kind of person he or she becomes. Freedom gives us the choice to undertake one of these possible actions. The essence of freedom requires a degree of control from the persons who exercise it. A person becomes free when he or she exercises control over himself or herself. Bear in mind that in the concept of freedom, it is based on the existentialist point of view in philosophy. That says, it is not just abstract words. My task, if I want to be real and authentic, is to take care of this capacity to be free. My task is to define my essence, not to be imprisoned by a predetermined essence of a human person. In fact, my presence is not predetermined, as existence precedes essence, as what Jean-Paul Sartre advocated. Jean-Paul Sartre's concept of freedom is therefore the very core and the door to authentic existence. He said, authentic existence is being realized only in the deeds that are committed alone, in the absolute freedom and responsibility, and which therefore the character of true creation. These are the references of our topic today. Thank you, virtual listeners. This is Ma'am Angelitangal Aris from Pantukan National High School, signing off. God bless us all.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive Committee, the school's division superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin says.
Sabay-sabay na babangon, sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipakipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan na katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon. Balik-eskwela na naman, isa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang normal, online learning at modular, di na kailangang mag-face-to-face, gamit ang cellphone at radio base. Yakapin Walang hanggarin saan patungo, ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo. Tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo. Balik eskwela na naman, isa puso ang kahandaan. Handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Eto na ang new normal, online learning ang modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong
Isang
gusto.
alang-alang natin ang ating kaligtasan sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman. Hangad palagi ng ating paaralan ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat sabay-sabay,
Pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Eto na ang new normal, online learning ang modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo.
Katambalan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang diin, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Yan tayo, kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang hanggang simula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayan at kabrigada, lahat ang ika'y gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paaral ay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Aalagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin.
Ito lang,
Kapit lang,
sama-sama,
walang iwanan,
mananatiling magkasangga.
langit ay kakampiling natin. Ano man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayan at kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
One station, all the hits.
Z Radio 88.5. Z Radio 88.5.
Check our time, it's 10:55 in the morning, and that time check is being brought to us by DB Construction and Supply, and of course being brought to you by Kanaway Builders Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard and watched our first lesson presentation for today's episode. Gagihatod sa ato ang mga maabtikon, very well-grounded and very much brilliant nga mga content presenters all the way from Pantukan District. We have Ma'am Angeli T. Aris, Teacher 3 of Pantukan National High School, Senior High School, and Sir Bregoli P. Hiromo, Teacher 2 of Tambungon National High School, for our grade 11 with the course Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person. and highlighting our topic for today, human person in their environment. So sa ato ang makitaan or sa ato ang kung ato ang balikan pag-usab ang ato ang leksyon, we were given ample time or an opportunity to really understand ourselves based on the actions that we make. So I hope nga kitang tanan nalamdagan pinaagi sa ato ang leksyon karong adlaw, and in case na atay mga pangutana, please feel free to approach your teachers in your respective schools. I am very sure that our teachers right there are very much willing to give you additional learning and at the same time clarification on what have transpired in today's learning episode. So, pwede kayo nato silang duulon, approach them in a most polite manner, and I believe hatagan gud kaayo ta nila og atensyon para mas mapalapnag pa ang ato ang nahibal-an with regard sa ato ang topic for today. Yes, and with that being said, ato ang itimbayatan na natong mga teachers from Pantukan National High School. Maayong pagpaminaw ninyo din ha, and ato adaing dili nato kalimtan sa pagtimbaya si Ma'am Emalinda Ranalan, the school head of Pantukan National High School. Maayong pagpaminaw. Also, ako ang itimbaya si Mami Mary Paz Pastera din ha sa Pantukan National High School. Maayong pagpaminaw mi, and I hope you are doing perfectly fine. Also, ato ang gitimbayatan ng mga teachers nato from Tambuon National High School. Hello sa District Coordinating Principal din ha, amo ang former principal pod sa Monte Vista National High School. Everybody's manding, Mother Manding, Ma'am Balbina Tolentino. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we miss you so much. We can't help to see you soon. We are so much excited to see you soon, Ma'am Balbina. And right now, sa ato ang mga kakatune in lang, we are giving you our lesson presentations for grade 11, grade 12. Also, later on in the last 2 hours sa ato ang programa, atong ihatod kaninyo ang ato ang leksyon sa TLE grade 9 and grade 10. So, please, sa mga kakatune in lang, ato ang i-share kining ato ang live streaming karong mga takna para mas mapalapad nato ang reach ni ining ato ang tulumanon. Also, ato ang gitimbaya. Hello once again to Ma'am Darlene Midilio of Monte Vista National High School. Hello also, happy listening to Sir Richard Arellano, usa sa ato ang mga kaubanan dinhi sa RBI implementation nato sa Davao de Oro. Maayong pagpaminaw, Frenny, and sa tanan nato mga teachers dinha sa Nabuntura National Comprehensive High School, Integrated Senior High School. Hello to Sir William Ranara, usa pod sa ato ang mga editors. Once again, hello to Sir Radney Colin Remis. And ato apong gitimbaya dinhi, daghan makaayo ta og mga pagtimbaya ganina, no. Hello to Mama Melody ang Okyola dinha sa New Corelia, Davao del Norte. Maayong pagpaminaw, nakatune in sa atin. And also sa ato ang mga friends from Compostela National High School and Compostela Central Elementary School SPED Center. Thank you very much sa inyong makanunayon nga pag-uban ni ining ato ang programa. Time now, it's 10:59. When we come back, ato ang ihatod kaninyo ang ato ang lesson presentation for grade 12 with, of course, Philippine politics and governance. And this is actually usa sa mga pinaka very interesting topic because right here ato ang hatagan og panahon nga madiscuss sa ato ang mga grade 12 learners ang topic entitled Basic Concepts of Politics and Governance. All that and more dinhi lang sa ato ang programang Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. My name is Teacher Given.
Z Radio 88.5.
Sugata ang adlaw with a smile. Tune in na sa radio, in alive. Bisan na sa man good, listen to the music and it feels so good. Ay gundang ihangtod, may papuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka muadto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z Radio. Sa Z-Radio, tagaan mong lingaw. Kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop. Chillin' while tuning sa radio. All day, all night, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Minsan ugas sa pakapadulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio.
Ang buhing grasya, ang pulong sa Dios, mao ang pagkaon sa atong kalag. Ang buhing grasya, duyog, paminaw ug apil sa Santos nga misa kada Sabado, alas 6 hangtod alas 7:30 sa gabi, diri lang sa Z-Radio 88.5. Ang programang maghatod og good vibes ug mga inspirasyon sa matag pamilya, kauban si Mari Vice Governor Maricar Zamora. Saire Mare, paminaw kada Martes, alas 8 hangtod alas 10 sa buntag. Saire Mare sa Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. Saire Mare.
One station, all the hits.
Z-Radio 88.5. Z-Radio 88.5.
And we are back here sa ating programa ang Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya, right? And only here at Z-Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. Check our time, it's 11:04 in the morning, and that time check is being brought to us by Metro Gear Construction Corporation and East Sussex Enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, atuan ang nahatod sa inyuha ganina lang no, taod-taod, our lesson presentation in grade 11, Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person. And right now, we are bound to give you our lesson presentation for grade 12, Philippine Politics and Governance. But before that one, ato asang itimbaya kining ato ang mga suking tigpaminaw nga kanunay nakatune in og nagatanaw sa ato ang mga live streaming. Hello to Sir Carl Christopher Aurelio. Good morning, watching from Asuncion Water District. Uy, sa ato ang mga suking tigpaminaw din ha sa Asuncion, maayong pagpaminaw. Hello also to Ma'am Jolly May Poblete Bacas, watching from Pangi Elementary School, Mako North District. Hello to Ma'am Lia Linda Alaba, watching from Pangi Elementary School. And of course, do not forget to notify us with your attendance, pinaagi sa pag-fill out sa ato ang attendance link na naka-flash ngayon sa inyong mga TV screen. We got there, https://tinyurl.com/Radyo Z-Eskwela April 22. Again, https://tinyurl.com/Radyo Z-Eskwela April 22. Yes, usab ato ang gitimbaya Ma'am Flora May Duque all the way from Compostela National High School. Maayong pagpaminaw ninyong tanan dinha sa Senior High School Department as well as Junior High School Department diha sa Compostela National High School. Especially sa ato ang mga friends diha sa MAPE Department. Hello sa inyong tanan og maayong pagpaminaw. 11:06 is our time, and right now we are now going to give you our lesson presentation for grade 12, Philippine Politics politics and governance. Our topic for today is all about basic concepts of politics and governance, and this will be presented to us by our content presenter from Pantuca National High School, a teacher too, Ma'am Emeline T. Katubig, together with a creative resource material developer, also from the same school, Pantuca National High School, also a teacher too, Ma'am Christian Jane P. Batukan. Once again, our topic is all about basic concepts of politics and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, ubaniko ninyo, my name is Teacher Given. Tara na, magklase na ta.
Good day, subscribers of Radyo Z-Eskwela. Once again, hello, senior high school learners. Thank you so much for watching this program. This is the pilot episode of the Social Sciences Specialized Subject, Philippine Politics and Governance. It is important to learn basics about the subject, especially those who would like to pursue courses in political sciences, public administration, international relations, economics, public policy, and other political careers that would even include law when they proceed to college or higher education. Now, this subject aims to empower, inform, mold responsible citizens of this country. In the future, whether you will be fully interested in politics and governance or maybe not, you will be affected by the political processes in the country. In the future, whether you will be fully interested in politics and governance or maybe not, you will be affected by the political processes in the country. For examples, the ongoing tension in West Philippine Sea over territorial dispute with other neighboring countries. Election campaign, issues and concerns that are part in the discussion of the presidential debate wherein at stake is the selection of our next nation's leader. Terrorist threat as well as rebellion, the guidelines set forth by the government to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus, bills and laws filed and formulated by the Philippine Congress, as well as our foreign relations, our diplomacy with other neighboring countries. Now, political events are dynamic. That is why the subject is relevant because as a citizen of this country and as a human and social being, politics and governance have relevance to our lives. It is therefore essential to learn at least basics about the subject. Moreover, the subject aims to inform students with essential things about politics and governance, empower learners by providing knowledge and skills, and make them responsible citizens in their practice of their rights and applications of what they have learned. Do you know that mastery of the basics of this subject will help you analyze simple yet sensible political issues? This subject will help you capacitate and develop comprehension to the events that are happening in the political arena. We are constantly engaged to everyday politics. Remember that learning the basics is just the first step. You are still encouraged to proceed to advanced topic if you want to be more adept in analyzing politics and governance. By doing so, you will be more capable in learning complex aspects of political science. Students, may you find enrolling this subject a worthwhile journey in the pursuit of becoming a holistic learner. Welcome to the first learning episode of the subject, Philippine Politics and Governance. Our topic is entitled Basic Concepts of Politics and Governance. This is anchored on the most essential learning competency, explain the concept, relationship, and importance of politics, governance, and government. And to our subscribers and the senior high school students, I am pleased to introduce myself. I am the course presenter of this subject, Ma'am Emeline Tangal Katubig. And with me is my brilliant partner and course content developer, Ma'am Christian Jane Punsalan Batukan. Again, our topic is about basic concepts of politics and governance. Let me present to you our learning objectives. Define politics, governance, and other key concepts of political science. Explain connection between and among political phenomena. And explain the value of politics. Alright students, check this out. Prepare answer sheet and write items 1 to 5. Here's what you are going to do. Write check if the given statement is correct. Write X if it is wrong. Number 1. Political science is the study of power in government systems. Number 2. Power is not a central concept in political science. Number 3. Only government officials have the right to study politics. Number 4. Politics is the art of government, the exercise of control within the society through the making and enforcement of collective decisions. And number 5. It is possible to have governance without government. Good job, students! Up next, you will be introduced to basic concepts of politics and governance. And now, are you familiar of this? Yes, this is the ancient Greece, their city-states called police. How about them? Yes, these are Aristotle and Plato, the most important Greek philosophers. Now, the ancient Greek civilization had so much legacies in this world, be it political, philosophical, artistic, and scientific achievements. Their contributions and achievements are known unparalleled influence on the Western civilization. Now, the Greeks formulated the word politics during the 4th and 5th century. Politics is inseparable from life in the polis. Polis refers to a place or city-state shared by a certain group of people. It was centered on one town. The town contained a citadel on raised ground called Acropolis and a marketplace called Agora. Government was centered in the town, but citizens of the polis lived throughout its territory. Ideally, the police was a corporation of citizens who all participated in its government, religion, defense, and economic welfare, and who obeyed its sacred and customary laws. In this context emerged the basic concepts of politics, especially on how citizens of police were actually governed in varying degrees depending upon the form of government. Needless to say, consequently, according to Aristotle and Plato, humans are not self-sufficing, so they find the need to come together as a community. From this union comes the need for politics and governance to maintain order within a society. In the course of time, there were known scholars who posited theories on the state of nature that was devoid of any kind of government. One is the theory known as social contract theory, advanced by Thomas Hobbes, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and John Locke during the 17th and 18th century Europe. They describe the state of nature devoid of any kind of government as often as violent and chaotic. Therefore, social contract theory states that people enter themselves into a social contract or a written or unwritten binding agreement among the people that bids for the creation of a government and the consequent use of politics for the achievement of peace and order. Now, what is politics? Politics means the issues, problems, and political activities which are actually taking place in society. Meaning, politics is concerned with the day-to-day actual activities of the government. Issue is more or less political based on the extent that the use of political power affects the lives and well-being of private citizens. An issue becomes political when the government must render a decision which must always be for the common good of the community. Politics also means all about the way human beings are governed, which involves order, power, and justice. Alright, we will be learning more basic concepts after a short break. Stay with us. Philippine Politics and Governance will return after the short break.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Alright students, welcome back to our lesson on basic concepts of politics and governance. Earlier, I presented the concept politics. The given definitions impress us the concept of good politics. Again, politics is the way in which we understand and order our social affairs, acquire greater control over the situation. It is also the strategy in maintaining cooperation among people with different needs and ideals in life, or for resolving the conflict within the groups, whether this is a family, a tribe, a village, or a nation state. Meaning, politics is not only confined between person and government. It is also present in other social institutions like family, religion, school, market, as well as in village community involving various issues concerning social affairs. There is politics, for examples, regarding our concern about the inflation resulting to high prices of basic or essential commodities, the COVID vaccines, the issue of cult attack in Mindanao, war on drugs, environmental problems, and even in family affairs, there is politics. Now, what's wrong with politics nowadays? Sad to say, it deviates from the concept of good politics, which ought to be a reflection of the aspirations to contribute to the happiness of the community and not for the need to deceive the community or the people. When we say politics today, it is now associated with the art of deception, intrigues, ruthless egoism, and demagoguery, referring to political opportunists. That is why many of us shun politics, as the term equates to betrayal, corruption, and greed of power. This greatly contributed to nation's poverty and moral deterioration of its people. Of course, politics should not be viewed like that. Both Aristotle and Plato, ancient Greek philosophers, had provided broad discussions on the central concepts in politics, such as the concept of justice, on what and who is morally and politically right; power, referring to source of authority. Other central concepts in politics also include the right types of constitutions and governments, referring to different types of governments and states; political structures, on different ideologies in a state; and the right and virtuous leadership, on who should lead in a certain political system. These are all central concepts in politics. As I have said, you will learn about the course step by step, beginning with the basic concepts. This time is the concept of political science, with the day-to-day actual activities of the government, which is then the essence of politics. Now, what is political science? There are various definitions of it. One is that political science is the academic discipline that deals with key issues and concepts in politics. It is also defined as the science of state. Political science seeks to study origin, nature, and functions of the state, government, and all its organs. It is the study of all political relations and interactions. Political relations and interactions are those which are involved in the exercise of power in society. Niccolò Machiavelli, an Italian diplomat and philosopher, is widely accepted as the father of modern political science. He is best known for his writings, The Prince and The Discourse. In this handbook, he inspired the term Machiavellian, which refers to unscrupulous politicians, meaning corrupt and dishonest politicians. Moreover, the term Machiavellian means sneaky, cunning, and lacking a moral code. Now, The Prince, written in 1500s, encourages that the end justifies the means. It could mean evil begets evil. As I have said, the term is used to refer to evil, ruthless, or bad politician or leader. We often heard the term being used in movies with power and political themes. I know that some of you are familiar of samples of these movies. Of course, great minds read great books, and so try to check this out: Machiavelli's The Prince and The Discourse. Next, other basic concepts we have order, power, and justice. Study of politics seeks to know how human life is ordered. That is why we have community as one kind of social order, which is defined as an association of individuals who share a common identity. The identity is usually defined by geography, sense of common purpose, and a single political allegiance. A community fulfills a wide variety of functions, such as physical security, economic prosperity, cultural enrichment that cannot be met by individuals acting on their own. Government is a political order that maintains and perpetuates the community. It is said to possess sovereignty, an assertion to claim its rule, and it is said to be legitimate if its claim to rule is willingly accepted, meaning it refers to the concept authority. And so, what are forms of government? One is monarchy. One man, example, the king, noted for his noble lineage and honor, is vested with the right to rule and control the society. If this man pursue his own self-interest, this form of government may turn into tyranny, meaning a cruel and oppressive government or rule. Other form of government is aristocracy. It refers to selected few who are known for their wealth and education have the right to rule. If these selected few pursue their own personal interests, this form of government may end up in becoming an oligarchy, meaning a small group of people having control of a country, organization, or institution. Other form is democracy. It is the rule by the people, for the people, and of the people. If this form of government downgrades into the rule of people's passions instead of reason, it becomes demagoguery, refers to political activity or practices that seek to support by appealing to the desires and prejudices of ordinary people rather than by using rational argument. For example, rule of opportunists. Now, when democracy downgrades, other result would be mobocracy, meaning rule or domination by the masses. Alright, other basic concepts we have nation and state. Nation refers to the group of people who share common background including any or all of the following: geographic location, history, racial or ethnic characteristics, religion, language, culture, and belief in common political ideas. Whereas, state is a community of persons more or less numerous, permanently occupying a definite portion of territory, having a government of their own to which the great body of inhabitants render obedience, and enjoying freedom from external control. From this given definition, it implies that the state has the following elements. One is people. It refers to the mass of the population living within the state. People answers the question, who governs whom? There is no specific number requirements. The state shall neither be too small nor yet one that seems great but has no unity. Another element is territory. It refers to demarcated area that rightly belongs to the population. Territory answers the question where. It could be terrestrial, fluvial, maritime, and aerial. It should be permanent and large enough to be self-sufficing. Another element of the state is sovereignty. It may be defined as the supreme power of the state to command and enforce obedience to its will from the people within its jurisdiction. Sovereignty may be internal or external. Internal sovereignty refers to power of the state to rule within its territory. External sovereignty refers to the freedom of the state to carry out its activities without the subjugation or control by other states. And the other element is the government. It refers to the agency to which the will of the state is formulated, expressed, and carried out. The government cannot maintain order without power. There are many sources of power aside from physical. Others are wealth, eloquent oratory skill, secret police, and even cunning action. The more abundant the power source, the greater the capabilities of the government. When the power is exercised in the interest of the ruled, there is justice. According to Aristotle, and I quote, "Human beings use reason and language to declare what is just and unjust. Therefore, it is the peculiarity of man, in comparison with the rest of the animal world, that he alone possesses a perception of the good and evil. Human faculties make moral judgment and therefore also political discussion. Now let me present to you the meaning of governance. There are two alternative definitions here. Governance is the exercise of political, economic, and administrative authority to manage a nation's affairs. It is the complex mechanisms, processes, and institutions through which citizens and groups articulate their interests, exercise their legal rights and obligations, and mediate their differences. Other alternative definition of governance, it refers to the manner in which power is exercised in the management of a country's social and economic resources for development. Governance means the way those with power use that power. Governance is a broader term than government, although it still has no settled or agreed definition. Governance refers in its widest sense to the various ways through which social life is coordinated. Government can therefore be seen as one of the institutions involved in governance. It is possible to have governance without government. Now, more of the concept of governance when we come back after this commercial.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Alright, let's continue on the concept governance. United Nations consider governance good and democratic to the degree in which a country's institutions and processes are transparent. Institutions refer to such bodies as Parliament and its various ministries, or would also mean government and its departments or bureaus. While its processes include such key activities as elections and legal procedures, which must be seen to be free of corruption and accountable to the people. The country's success in achieving this standard has become a key measure of its credibility and respect in the world. Good governance promotes equity, participation, pluralism, transparency, accountability, and the rule of law in a manner that is effective, efficient, and enduring. These are important principles of governance that when translated into practice, this could be seen in the holding of free, fair, and frequent elections, having a representative legislature that make laws and provide oversight, and an independent judiciary to interpret those laws. Accordingly, the greatest threats to good governance come from corruption, violence, and poverty, all of which undermine transparency, security, participation, and fundamental freedoms. And so, based on the given definitions and ideas about governance, It is therefore construed that the governance, quote-unquote, in the context of this subject, Philippine politics and governance, speaks of democratic governance, meaning a democratic coordination of social life. But we will not discuss the term in its broadest application. Instead, we shall limit our discussion on government as an institution of governance. Being a democratic state, our country adheres ideally to good democratic governance. Such is enshrined in our Constitution. Law is another central concept in politics and governance. Law is basically any written statement that limits or guides the behavior of a certain group. Politics, as the art and science of government, highlights the rule of law in organizing and stabilizing individual interests to prevent the overlapping individual needs and promote collective gains in society. And so to sum up our lesson in this episode, students remember that knowledge of politics and governance therefore is a critical attribute of a citizen belonging to a certain state. As a citizens, we should not be ignorant of the laws and the political processes of our country. We should be responsible individuals. We should be proactive and participate in the decision-making and politics. Knowledge of politics and governance not only helps in the participation of an individual in the state, but it also helps in safeguarding an individual against bad government practices and abuse. Alright? Now, let's go back to your answer in our first activity. Earlier, the task was for you to check statement that is correct and mark X if it is wrong. Going back to number 1, political science is the study of power and government systems. The answer is check. Number 2, power is not a central concept in political science. The answer is X. Number 3, only government officials have the right to study politics. The correct answer is X. Number 4, politics is the art of government, the exercise of control within the society through the making and enforcement of collective decisions. The answer for this is check. And number 5, it is possible to have governance without government. The answer is check. Alright, your next learning task is to write an essay. Answer the following briefly but significantly. Number 1, articulate the definitions of politics. Number 2, differentiate the various views on politics. Number 3, differentiate governance from government. Again, write your essay briefly but significantly with these rubrics: content and style, 5 points; organization of ideas, 5 points. Alright students, may you find this learning episode worthwhile as an introduction on the basic concepts of politics and governance. May this lesson serves as a strong reference in our succeeding topic. Now allow me to present to you the list of references that make this learning material possible. And so we have lists of books and other online sources and learning materials. And again, thank you so much, dear students, for tuning in and watching this program here in Radyo Z-Eskwela. This is again your course presenter, Ma'am Emeline Tangal Katubig, and with me is my brilliant partner and course content developer, Ma'am Christian Jane Punsalan Batukan. Until next learning episode of the subject Philippine Politics and Governance for Grade 12 Senior High School. God bless everyone, and to God be the glory.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Euphemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Ranara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Radio! Z Radio! Z Radio! Z Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
One station, all the hits.
Z Radio 88.5.
Pre, unsa din ang 88.5?
Z Radio,
Unsa man po ng Z Radio?
88.5.
Ah, kuyawa, oy!
Ma 88.5 o Z Radio man, kamo na minaw sa Siguradong Lingaw, Siguradong Kuyaw, Z Radio 88.5.
Adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong kuyaw, para sa bulawan na probinsya. Z Radio, sa bulawan na pagsibya. Z Radio.
Kazi, usa ka ba ka teki? Pindot dire, pindot dito. Ang inyong bagong Z Radio may application na. Mag-download sa Android App Store ug Z Radio application aron masking asa ka man moadto, Luzon, Visayas ug Mindanao o masking naka sa Zimbabwe. Makapaminaw ka sa Siguradong Lingaw, Siguradong Kuyaw, Z Radio 88.5.
Sa bulawan na pagsibya. Z Radio. Sugata ang adlaw with a smile. Tune in na sa radio, in alive. Bisan na sa man good, listen to the music and it feels so good. Ay gundang ihangtot, di papuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka mo adto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong kuyaw, para sa bulawan na probinsya. Z Radio, sa bulawan na pagsibya. Z Radio, kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong kuyaw, para sa bulawan na probinsya. tagaan mong lingaw. Kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop, chillin' mag-tune in sa radio. All day, all night, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Minsan o sa pakapadulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlang siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlang siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na Pasibya, Z-Radio.
All the hits.
Z Radio 88.5.
State of the Province. State of the Province. Mga katikaran, kalambuan, news and current affairs ug uban pang mga nagunang panghitabo sa Davao de Oro Province sa pagdumala ni Governor J.V. Tyrone Uy, ilalom sa mas gipakusog nga serbisyong walang iwanan, aksyon agad, oro mismo. Inyong mabati matag adlawng Lunes alas 9 hangtod alas 10 sa buntag, dinhi lang sa inyong paboritong sibiyahanan, ang siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw, Z-Radio 88.5 FM sa dial sa inyong mga radyo. Busa, paminaw na, mag-SOP na kada Lunes. State of the Province. State of the Province.
Mga legal nga hisgutanan, Panyero de Oro, tagaan ug pagtagad sa programang Panyero de Oro. Paminaw kada Miyerkules alas 8 hangtod alas 9 sa buntag. Panyero de Oro, dili lamang sa Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
You got it.
Panyero de Oro. Hisgot Panglawas. Programang maghatod kaninyo sa mga impormasyon mahitungod sa hisgutanang panglawas. Kauban ng atong mga eksperto. Paminaw matag Huwebes, alas 8 hangtod alas 9 sa buntag. Diri lang sa Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. Hisgot Panglawas. Ang programang maghatod og good vibes ug mga inspirasyon sa matag pamilya, kauban si Vice Governor Maricar Zamora. Saire Mare, paminaw kada Martes alas 8 hangtod alas 10 sa buntag. Saire Mare sa Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. Saire Mare. Mga isyu ug katikaran sa barangay. Idol ko si Ka. Mga kasulbaran sa mga problemang pambarangay. Idol ko si Ka. Paminaw kada Biyernes alas 8 hangtod alas 9 sa buntag. Diri lang sa Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. Idol ko si Ka. Mga isyu ug katikaran sa barangay. Idol ko si Ka. Mga kasulbaran sa mga problemang pambarangay. Idol ko si Ka. Paminaw kada Biyernes alas 8 hangtod alas 9 sa buntag. Diri lang sa Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw. Idol ko si Ka.
One station, all the hits.
Z-Radio 88.5. Z-Radio 88.5.
Our time now, it's 11:51 in the morning, and that time check is being brought to us by Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station and of course by Metro Gear Construction Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, atuan ang nadungog og nakita our lesson presentation for grade 12. in the course Philippine Politics and Governance with our topic Basic Concepts of Politics and Governance. Atong pasalamatan ang ato ang content presenter and at the same time ato apong i-recognize no ang effort nga gibuhat sa ato ang creative resource material developer nga maoy nag-prepare ni ining ato ang lesson presentation for today. Hello, daghan kayong salamat and congratulations to Ma'am Emma Linti Katubig and Ma'am Christian Jane P. Batukan, both from Pantukan National High School. Yes, daghan kayong salamat for a job very well done, and of course, nindot kaayo ang atuang leksyon karong mga taknaa tungod kay naghatag kini og glimpse kung unsa ba ang dagan or ang basic concepts ni ining politics and governance. I think that is one of the most timely and relevant na leksyon nga ato ang nadungog karon, especially nga approaching na ang kining atong ginatawag nga eleksyon. So I hope sa ato ang mga learners dinha nga anaa sa ilang mga tagsa-tag sa kapanimalay daghan tag nakutlo no pinaagi sa ato ang leksyon karong adlaw. Yes, mga kazi, papasadahan lamang po natin ang ating mga naibigay na sa inyo na mga lesson presentations. Kanina, in the first hour, atong nakauban si Ma'am Angeli T. Aris and Sir Brigoli P. Hiromo para sa ating leksyon for grade 11 in the course Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person, and we discussed the topic Human Person in Their Environment. And in the second hour, we presented to you our lesson for grade 12, Philippine Politics and Governance, with our topic Basic Concepts of Politics and Governance. So to all of you, daghan kayong salamat sa pag-uban sa ato ang programa. First 2 hours sa ato ang programa, and musunod na dayon after me will be Teacher JL and Teacher Donna para ipadayon ang ato ang leksyon for today. Expectedly unya taud-taud ato ang ihatag kaninyo our lesson presentation for grade 9 Technology and Livelihood Education as well as grade 10 TLE, og ato makauban unya taud-taud our content presenters and creative resource material developers. So all that and more ato ang atangan hantod 2:00 ang takna sa hapon. Before ko mag-bye-bye dinhi sa kahanginan at tuasang itimbaya no, Sir Reynante Kagumbay Alia all the way from Kamanlangan Elementary School, maayong pagpaminaw nay, and hello also to Manang Lizel Manata dinha sa Compostela National High School. Sa tanan natong mga kahigalaan dinha nga naminaw karon, daghan kayong salamat. Once again, hello to Ma'am Flora May Duque of Compostela National High School, Ate Gina Comidoy Sinabre, maayong pagpaminaw, Sir Richard Arellano, Ma'am Melody or Mamang Melody Joy Ang Mendiola, and Christopher Mula Basan, and Kai Civil Zita. Daghan kayong salamat sa inyong makanunayon nga pagpalanog-lanog ni ining ato ang programa, and hello also to Ma'am Josette Asilo. Daghan kaayong salamat. Time now, it's 11:54. I think my time with you is up, but only temporarily of course, because I will be with you again tomorrow. Same time, same station, only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong Siguradong Lingaw, Siguradong Kuyaw, para sa atong programang Radyo Z-Eskwela, Siguradong Masaya. My name is Teacher Given. Daghan kayong salamat mga kazi. God bless everyone, ug sa kanunay dalaygon ng Dios.
Sugata ang adlaw with a smile. Sa radio, in alive. Bisan na sa man good, listen to the music and it feels so good. Ay gundang ihangtod, mapapuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka muadto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pasilya, Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z tagaan mong lingaw. Kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop, chillin' while the tune in sa radio. All day, all night, dito yun lang sa Z-Radio. Minsan uga sa pakapadulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, dito lang sa Z-Radio. Kahit ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasibya, Z-Radio. Kahit ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasibya, Z-Radio. Kahit ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasibya, Z-Radio. Kahit ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon nga probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon nga pasibya, Z-Radio.
Magbayanihan na, magbayanihan na, bayanihan, pagtutulungan, walang kupas na kaugalian. Tatag at tibay, sinasabuhay, galak sa puso ay walang kapantay. Panahon na naman ang brigada, pagbigkisin lakas at diwa. Tara na brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salin na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat, hawak kamay, sabay-sabay, kapit-bisig, buong bayan. Tara na, kumilos na. Tulong-tulong sa pagsulong, hatid na kalidad sa edukasyon. Sa kabataan, saya at dunong, buong madla sabay na aahon. Panahon na naman ng brigada, pagbigkisin lakas at diwa. Tara na brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salit na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, magbayanihan na. Sabay-sabayhan na.
Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Di mo alintana mga batikos at pangungutya, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ika'y di sumusuko, lumalaban at nangangako, maihatid pa rin ang serbisyong totoo. Para sa kabataan, ginagawa ang lahat, maibigay lang ang edukasyong karapat-dapat. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Ika'y pinangungunahan ng isang superwoman. Walang iba, Madam Leonor Briones lang naman. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo, dedikasyon sa trabaho, pagmamahal ng isang ina, nararamdaman ko. Ikaw ang humuhubog sa aming kinabukasan. Laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng kabataan. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo.
Ang buhing grasya, ang pulong sa Dios, mao ang pagkaon sa atong kalag. Ang buhing grasya, duyog, paminaw ug apil sa Santos nga misa kada Sabado, alas 6 hangtod alas 7:30 sa gabi, diri lang sa Z Radio 88.5.
Sabay na babangon, sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipakipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan ng katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon.
Eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan. Handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang iyong normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ang cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, kahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Kristiyano at katutubo, isang hanggarin sa patungo. Ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo, tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo.
Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan. natin ang ating kaligtasan sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman. Hangat palagi ng ating paaralan ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat sabay-sabay, pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning ako dyan. Di na kailangan mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo.
Hoy, tara, magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhan bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, edukasyo'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go!
Magandang tanghali po mga ka-Z-Eskwela. Ito lang po si Teacher JL para ngayong edisyon ng Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Oras natin, it's 12:10 ng tanghali. Oras sa atin ng Nueva Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated. Also brought to us by GPNH Construction Incorporated. Alright, makasama niyo po at tambalan Teacher JL and Teacher Donna hanggang alas 2 ng hapon. And speaking of Teacher Donna, she's here.
Yes, one beautiful Thursday afternoon, Teacher JL. Sa na itong mga zuking tigpaminaw din hilang sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya.
Ba, parang bagong lunch lang, no?
Aha, oo.
Right, happy lunch po sa lahat po na nananghalian ngayon. And I hope that you are enjoying your food right there. Unang subo po kami, ha? Alright, Teacher Donna, we're done with our first half of today's edition of Radio Z-Eskwela. We have from 10 down to 12. Nakasama niyo po si Sir Given Hinampas. And of course, nakasama niyo po ang ating mga content presenters from grades 11 to 12. That's Introduction to the Philosophy of the Human Person in their environment with Ma'am Angeli T. Aris and Ma'am Bregoli P. Hiromo. And at 12, nakasama niyo naman si Ma'am Emeline T. Katubig and Sir Christian Jane P. Batukan. Right, for the second half, Teacher Donna.
Yes, para sa ating second half at makakasama natin sa ating pananghalian, Teacher JL, ang ating mga teachers from Grade 9 Technology and Livelihood Education na sina Sir Wilcor C. Tayone all the way from Moncayo National High School, along with his Creative Resource Material Developer, Ma'am Cora R. Benedicto from Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School.
Right.
And we will be talking for Grade 9 Technology and Livelihood Education education, selecting measuring instrument in electronic products, assembly, and servicing.
Go ahead, Teacher Donna.
Yes, at sa huling bahagi ng ating pagsasama ngayong araw na ito, from 1 to 2 p.m., makakasama natin ang ating mga teachers from Grade 10 Technology and Livelihood Education na sina Sir Mark Louis Cartagena from Magnaga National High School, along with his Creative Resource Material Developer na si Sir Wilfredo Takasan, Master Teacher 2 from Magnaga National High School. At pag-uusapan natin for Grade 10 PLE ang preparing vegetable dishes.
Thank you very much, Teacher Donna. And naka-live pa rin po tayo sa tatlong Facebook pages po natin. That's Facebook Live at Z Radio 88.5, DepEd Thai Division of Davao de Oro, and Radyo Z-Eskwela, DepEd Davao de Oro. And we do have our YouTube channel, that's Radyo Z-Eskwela DDO, right?
Yes. And Teacher JL, just in case na nakikinig sila sa kanilang mga radyo, you're just 11 digits away from us, mga kaskwela. Please send us your comments and greetings at 0953-211-3492. Again, that's 0953-211-3492.
And for our attendance link, Teacher Donna?
Ang ating attendance link, that's https://tinyurl.com/Radyo Z-Eskwela April 22. Ulitin ko po, that's https://tinyurl.com/Radyo Z-Eskwela April 22. At naka-flash yan sa ating Facebook Live ngayon at nasa status section yan natin.
Right. If you are yearning for new learning, learn significantly today about crafts on preparing dishes, computer servicing, as well as knowing the people and governance. Kaya, Teacher Donna,
tara na, magklase na ta!
Good morning, students, as well as to my colleagues in the field of education. Our dear parents who are listening right now on our station this day. C. Tayuni with Cura R. Benedicto, your teacher in Technology and Livelihood Education in Grade 9. And you're listening to the radio Z-Eskwela 88.5, Siguradong Masaya. But before anything else, I would like to say hello to everyone. I hope each one of you are in good health and in perfect condition as we learn our lesson together through this radio program. We are hoping that everyone is comfortable in their respective places and excited to learn and to participate in our activities for this session. Have you eaten your lunch? Okay. It will make us stay energetic and active to learn. Are you excited to join with me? That's great! So let's begin! Our lesson for today is all about selecting measuring instrument in electronic products and assembly. I will repeat. Our lesson for today is all about selecting measuring instrument in electronic products and assembly. In this lesson, you will learn the different types of resistors, their unique functions, and the color coding chart. The resistor is one of the most important rule and function in electrical and electronic products. This module was anchored on the curriculum guide in TLE TBL Consumer Electronics Servicing NC2 under the Industrial Arts Components. The content of this module is taken from the following learning competencies and specifically selected to create a link of previous learning to this new one. Lesson 3. Performing mensuration and calculation. The learning output 1. Select measuring instrument. 1.1. Identify the object or component to be measured. 1.2. Obtain correct specification from the relevant source. After going through this module, you are expected to: number 1, distinguish the the different type of resistors and functions. Number 2, create a concept map to illustrate the resistors classifications and types. Number 3, master the resistor color coding chart. What I know. Multiple choice. Read and analyze each question carefully. Select the letter that corresponds to the best answer and write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. I will repeat. Read and analyze each question carefully. Select the letter that corresponds to the best answer and write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Number 1. It is a passive electrical component that resists the flow of current in a circuit. I will repeat. It is a passive electrical component that resists the flow of current in a circuit. A. Capacitor. B. Resistor. C. Transistor. D. Semiconductor. Number 2. Which digit is represented by a blue band on a resistor? Which digit is represented by a blue band on a resistor? A. 4. B. 6. C. 8. D. 9. Number 3. Which type of resistor uses carbon film to restrict the electric current to a certain level? Which type of resistor uses carbon film to restrict the electric current to a certain level? A. Carbon composition. B. Metal film. C. Carbon film. D. Wire wand. Number 4. A type of resistor whose resistance does not change with the change in voltage or temperature. A type of resistor whose resistance does not change with the change in voltage or temperature. A. Fixed resistor. B. Variable resistor. C. Nonlinear resistor. D. Linear resistor. Number 5. It is a resistor of which the electric resistance value can be adjusted. It is a resistor of which the electric resistance value can be adjusted. A. Fixed resistor. B. Variable resistor. C. Nonlinear resistor. D. Linear resistor. Number 6. It is the most common type of variable resistor. It is the most common type of variable resistor. A. Rheostat. B. Wire wand resistor. C. Potentiometer. D. Thermistor. Number 7. Which nonlinear resistor that is a light-controlled variable resistor? Which nonlinear resistor that is a light-controlled variable resistor? A. Thermistor. B. Varistor. C. SMD resistor. D. Light-dependent resistor. Number 8. Which color has a value of 4 in the first and second band of a resistor? Which color has a value of 4 in a first and second band of a resistor? A. Red. B. Orange. C. Yellow. D. Green. Number 9. What color denotes the tolerance value of 5%? What color denotes the tolerance value of 5%? A. Gold, B. Silver, C. Brown, D. Black. And number 10. Which of these colors is not used in the resistor value color code? Which of these colors is not used in the resistor value color code? A. Violet, B. Black, C. White, D. Pink. Resistors are the most fundamental and commonly used of all electronic components, to the point where they are almost taken for granted, but they play a vital role within a circuit. For a beginner and student like you, it is the utmost importance to have in-depth knowledge and understanding of how this component works in a circuit for your future electronic projects. What's in? Let's have a review of what you have learned in the previous module. There are photos below related to a computer system. You are going to identify and classify them. Refer to the choices inside the box for your answer and have it done in your activity sheets.
Oops, time is up. So, let's see if your answers are right. I instruct you to put check in your answer sheets if your answer is correct. Please be reminded that being honest may not get you a lot of friends, but it always gets you the right ones. Okay, approved? So we should be honest this time because your knowledge will be tested. Okay? So let's continue. With our checking. See at the back page of your module and correct your answer honestly.
There are illustration below. What do you think each image tells you about? Write your observations and discuss briefly in your activity sheets. Kindly refer to the scoring rubrics on how your work will be assessed. Our scoring rubrics will guide you to your score. The content, the knowledge and understanding. You will be given 10 points if you were able to convey several ideas on the topic with a good degree of knowledge. And you will get 7 points if you were able to convey a few ideas on the topic with some degree of knowledge. And you will get 5 points if you were able to convey limited ideas on the topic with little knowledge. And you will be graded 3 points if you attempt to answer but irrelevant to the topic, the sentence is incomplete. The resistor is a passive electrical component to create resistance or limitations in the flow of electric current. It is one of the common electronic components. In almost all electrical networks and electronic circuits, they can be found. The ability that limits the current flow is called resistance and is measured in ohms, represented by a Greek symbol omega. The current is proportional to the voltage across the terminal ends. The ratio is represented by Ohm's law. There are many thousands of different types of resistors and are produced in a variety of forms because their particular characteristics and accuracy suit certain areas of application, such as high stability, high voltage, high current, or used as general purpose resistor where their characteristics are less of a problem. So there are two main categories of resistor. One, linear resistor, those which obey Ohm's law. Number two, non-linear resistor, a resistor whose voltage and current characteristic vary non-linearly. Types of fixed resistors according to material use. Number one, carbon composition resistor. This type of resistor is a type of resistor that was once very common. It was the main type of resistor but are now seldom used because newer forms of resistor provide a better performance. They are smaller and also cheaper. Carbon film resistor. The carbon film resistor is a type of resistor of fix that uses carbon film to restrict the electric current to a certain level. This type of resistors are widely used in electronic circuits. The carbon film acts as the resistive material to the electric current. Hence, carbon film blocks some amount of electric current. Metal film resistor. The metal film resistor which limit the flow of electric current to a certain level is called metal film resistor. The metal film resistor is made by placing the metal film on a ceramic substrate. The metal film resists the electric current flowing through it. Hence, it acts as a resistive element to the electric current. Wire-wound resistor. The wire-wound resistor is used in a variety of applications and in particular as a power resistor where larger amounts of power need to dissipate. The wire-wound resistor consists of a resistive wire that is wound around a former and non-conductive metal. Normally, the resistive wire is insulated so that adjacent wires do not short together. These are the types of fixed resistors according to material use in electronic product assembly and servicing. And join me to discover things by using this module. But before anything else, we will have a short break to our sponsors.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertadazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
And we're back on our School on the Air in Technology and Livelihood Education.
Types of variable resistor. A variable resistor is a resistor of which electric resistance value can be adjusted. A variable resistor is an essence of electromechanical transducer and normally works by sliding a contact over a resistive element. Potentiometer. Potentiometer is the most common variable resistor. It functions as a potential divider and is used to generate a voltage signal depending on the position of the potentiometer. This signal can be used for very wide variety of applications, including amplifier gain control, or what you say the audio volume measurement of distance or angles tuning of circuits and much more. Rheostat. It is adjustable resistor used in applications that require the adjustment of current or the varying resistance in an electric circuit. The rheostat can be adjust generator characteristics, dim lights, and start or control the speed of motors. Each resistance element can be metal wire or ribbon, carbon, or depending on the applications. Types of non-linear resistor. Non-linear resistors are those types of resistors where the electronic current flowing through it changes with the exchange in applied voltage or temperature and does not change according to Ohm's law. There are several types of nonlinear resistor, but most commonly used are as follows. Thermistor are type of variable resistor that notice the temperature change. In other words, it is a two-terminal device that is very sensitive to temperature. The resistance of a thermistor is inversely proportional to the temperature. Varistor. A varistor is a non-linear resistor made of semiconductor and current through which depends non-linearly on the applied voltage across it. MOV or metal oxide varistor is the most commonly used form of varistor resistor. Photoresistor or LDR, light dependent resistor. This resistor is a light controlled variable resistor. The photoresistor resistance decreases with an increase in incident light intensity. SDM resistor or surface mount resistor, also called SMD resistor, are rectangular in shapes. An SMD is an electronic component that is made to use with SMD or surface mount technology. Color coding of resistor. Resistor coding use colored bands to quickly identify the resistor resistive value and its percentage of tolerance with the physical size of the resistor indicating its wattage rating. Generally, the resistance value, tolerance, and wattage rating are printed on the body of a resistor as number of letters. When the body of the resistor is big enough to read the prints, such as large power resistors, but when the resistor is smaller, the print is too small to read. So, the specification must be shown in another way. So, showing you the resistor color coding charts. We have the color. Example 1, we have the color black. First significant color is 0, and the second significant color is 0, and the third band is your multiplier. Then another example is the color brown. The first significant color is 1, and the second significant color is 1, and the third color is the multiplier, which is 10, and the fourth band color is the tolerance, which is plus minus 1%. So how are we going to do with the resistor coding? Well, we have a general rules in color coding. Number 1, identify which of the first band and the last band. Compare the end of the resistor. The band that is closest to the one end of the resistor is the first band, while the band that is a bit separated from the other band is the last band. Another way to check is to identify which of the outer band has either gold or silver color. That band is probably the last band. Number 2, the first band does not start or reflect the color black normally. The color black as the first band represents 0, and any value that has 0 there before any whole number would normally be omitted. Example, 9 is equal to 9, and 050 is equal to 50. Number 3, the first band in 4-band resistor color coding may reflect colors from brown to white except black, gold, and silver. Number 4, the second band in 4-band resistant color coding may reflect any colors from black to white. Number 5, the third band multiplier colors in a 4-band resistor color coding may reflect any colors from black to silver. Number 6, the fourth band color, which is the tolerance in the 4-band resistor color coding, may reflect any 4 colors: black, brown, gold, and silver. Number 7, master the color coding chart, the colors and their corresponding value in any position band. Number 8, always do double check when identifying the correct colors printed in the resistor. Gold and silver have a shimmering effect, while yellow and gray are just plain colors. Number 9, use sufficient light in identifying the colors to avoid incorrect reading. Create a concept map out of the presentation of the topic in the What Is It? Be creative by employing different shapes, applying colors, and photos. Do this in your activity sheets, and you will be assessed using the scoring rubric below. Be creative and have fun, learners. Concept map are visual representations of information. They can take the form of the charts, graphic, organizer, tables, flowcharts, Venn diagram, timelines, and T-charts. Our scoring rubric in the concept mapping, in which you are going to be rated. The content is the knowledge and understanding. You can have 10 points if you were able to convey several ideas on the topic with a good degree of knowledge. And you will get 7 points if you were able to convey a few ideas on the topic with some degree of knowledge. And you will have 5 points if you were able to convey limited ideas on the topic with a little knowledge. And you will get 3 points if you will attempt to answer but irrelevant to the topic. The sentence is incomplete. What I have learned. This lesson taught you what there's to know about the resistor, its main categories, functions, types, and color coding. In this part of the module, you are going to do the inventory learning map of have learned by writing down at least 5 learnings. I will repeat. This lesson taught you what's there to know about the resistor, its main categories, functions, types, and color coding. In this part of the module, you are going to do the inventory learning map of what you have learned by writing down at least 5 learnings. You will be rated based on the following rubric: content, knowledge, and understanding. You will be given 10 points if you were able to convey several ideas on the topic with a good degree of knowledge. 7 points if you were able to convey a few ideas on the topic with some degree of knowledge. And you will be rated 5 points if you were able to convey limited ideas on the topic with a little knowledge. And you will get 3 points if you attempt to answer but irrelevant to the topic. The sentence is incomplete. What I can do. Colors are long been used in expressing and emphasizing a message and often integrated in giving information and instruction. Just like in a resistor coding, each color represents a value and carries out a certain meaning. In this activity, you need to keep any colors or combinations used in logo, signs, and symbols, which are presently used in our society today. Draw them in your activity sheets and apply colors. Write a short meaning message right to next to it. Scoring rubrics: content, knowledge, and understanding. Now, your work will be rated based on scoring rubrics. You can get 10 points if you were able to follow the instruction and provide 3 correct examples. You may have 7 points if you were able to follow the instruction and provide 2 correct examples. And you will be rated 5 points if you were able to follow the instruction and provide 1 correct example. And lastly, you can have 3 points if you were able to follow the instruction but wrong examples. Assessment multiple choice. Read and analyze each question carefully. Select the letter that corresponds to the best answer and write your answer on your answer sheets. I will repeat. Read and analyze each question carefully. Select the letter that corresponds to the best answer and write your answer on your answer sheet. Number 1. Which color has a value of 4 in a first and second band of a resistor? Number 1. Which color has a value of 4 in a first and second band of a resistor? A. Red. B. Orange. C. Yellow. D. Green. Number 2. It is a resistor of which the electric resistance value can be adjusted. Number 2. It is a resistor of which the electric resistance value can be adjusted. A. Fixed resistor. B. Variable resistor. C. Non-linear resistor. D. Linear resistor. Number 3. Which type of resistor uses carbon film to restrict the electric current to a certain level? Number 3. Which type of resistor uses carbon film to restrict the electric current to a certain level? A. Carbon resistor. B. Metal film. C. Carbon film. D. Wire wand. Number 4. It is a passive electrical component that resists the flow of current in a circuit. Number 4. It is a passive electrical component that resists the flow of current in a circuit. A. Capacitor. B. Resistor. C. Transistor. D. Semiconductor. Number 5. A type of resistor whose resistance does not change with the change in voltage or temperature. Number 5. A type of resistor whose resistance does not change with the change in voltage or temperature. A. Fixed resistor. B. C. Non-linear resistor. D. Linear resistor. Number 6. Which non-linear resistor that is light-controlled variable resistor? Number 6. Which non-linear resistor that is light-controlled variable resistor? A. Thermistor. B. Varistor. C. SMD resistor. D. Light-dependent resistor. Number 7. Which of this color is not used in the resistor value color code? Number 7. Which of this color is not used in the resistor value color code? A. Violet. B. Black. C. White. D. Pink. Number 8. It is the most common type of resistor. Number 8. It is the common type of variable resistor. A. Rheostat. B. Wire wand potentiometer. C. Potentiometer. D. Thermistor. Number 9. Color denotes the tolerance value of 5%. Number 9. What color denotes the tolerance value of 5%? A. Gold. B. Silver. C. Brown. D. Black. And number 10. Which digit is represented by a blue band on a resistor? Number 10. Which digit is represented by a blue band on a resistor? A. 4. B. 6. C. 8. D. 9.
We should be honest this time because your knowledge will be tested. Okay, let's continue our checking. See at the back page of your module and correct your answer honestly. How many of you get perfect? Very good. And how many of you get 7 points up? That's good. I am congratulating you for the job well done.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
You are now in the last part of this module. Let's make this fun and interactive.
Additional activities. In this activity, you are going to reflect the corresponding value of a resistor band colors. There are 4 colors and each color represents a certain value as shown in color coding chart. In the table below, complete the columns by filling in the value of the given colors. Copy the format in your activity sheets. You may refer to the color coding chart if needed. It is suggested to answer this activity without looking at the chart to check your mastery. I will repeat. In this activity, you are going to reflect the corresponding value of a given resistor band colors. There are 4 colors and each color represents a certain value as shown in the color coding chart. In the table below, complete the columns by filling in the value of a given colors. Copy the format into your activity sheets. You may refer to the color coding chart if needed. It is suggested to answer this activity without looking at the chart to check your mastery. I hope our lesson today, the electronics product assembly and servicing, will help you a lot in understanding and selecting measuring instrument in the near future. Another exciting lessons in the world of electronics technology that we have learned today. Always tune in to our School on the Air program for our next stimulating lesson. Until then, this is Wilcor Sita Uni and Cora R. Benedicto. Always remember, it's not how much we teach, but how much we put love into teaching. Goodbye!
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members: Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opeña, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Siquinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlani, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lori E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judilan T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riven C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Ranara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garzuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela,
Sugata ang adlaw with a smile. Tune in na sa radio, in alive. Bisan na sa man good, listen to the music and it feels so good. Ay gundang ihangtod, napapuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka mo adto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawan na pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawan na pagsibya, Z-Radio. Don't stop sa Z-Radio, tagaan mong lingaw. Kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop. Tune mo tune in sa radio. All day, all night, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Bisan o gasa pa ka padulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawan na pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawan na pagsibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawan na pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawan na pagsibya, Z-Radio. Magbayanihan na, magbayanihan na, bayanihan, pagtutulungan, walang kupas na kaugalian. Nagtagatibay, sinasabuhay, galak sa puso ay walang kapantay.
Panahon na naman ang brigada. Pagbigisin, lakas at diwa. Tara na, brigada na. Brigada, eskwela, magkaisa, sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salin na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na magbayanihan na. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat, hawak kamay, sabay-sabay, kapit-bisig, buong bayan. Tara na, kumilos na. Tulong-tulong sa pagsulong, hatid na kalidad sa edukasyon. Sa kabataan, saya at dunong, buong madla sabay na aahon. Panahon na naman ng brigada. Pagbigisin, lakas at diwa. Tara na, brigada na. Brigada, eskwela, magkaisa, sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salin na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na magbayanihan na. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na magbayanihan na. Brigada, sabay-sabihan na. Sabay-sabihan na. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Di mo alintana mga batikos at pangungutya, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ika'y di sumusuko, lumalaban at nangangako, maihatid pa rin ang serbisyong totoo. Para sa kabataan, ginagawa ang lahat, maibigay lang ang edukasyong karapat-dapat. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo, sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Ika'y pinangungunahan ng isang superwoman, walang iba, Madam Leonor Briones lang naman. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo, dedikasyon sa trabaho, pagmamahal ng isang ina, nararamdaman ko. Ikaw ang humuhubog sa aming kinabukasan, laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng kabataan. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo, sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo,
Bahatag tuyot, sunog, lindol, bagyo. Mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan. Kaya naman kailangan ngang paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras.
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka ba nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot, pagkain, kumot, pang sindi, first aid kit. Mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang matagdaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon na ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Hoy, tara, magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhan bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, ngayong asyo'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go!
Nakatutok pa rin po kayo dito sa Radyo Z-Eskwela. Siguradong masaya. Ito po si Teacher JL.
And I am Teacher Donna.
Welcome to our final hour para sa ating edisyon ngayong araw na ito. And we've already finished the lesson presentation of Sir Wilcor C. Tayone of Mungkayan National High School, that's selecting a measuring instrument in electronic products assembly and servicing. Job well done po para kay Sir Wilcor, and we miss you here.
Yes.
Right. Okay, Teacher Donna, before we move on, may babatiin ba tayo dyan?
Yes, babatiin natin Teacher JL ang ato ang mga zuking tigpaminaw, no, nga padayon nagapaminaw sa tuwa karong mga orasam, no. Babatiin natin sina Justin Dale Ondap, si Bridget Daniel, no, all the way from Pantucan National High School. We wanna say hello also to Verna Detros, Justin Dale Ondap, yes, kakasabi ko na, Jethro Cabuñas, from Pantucan National High School, abang, dami nakikinig sa atin dyan. Hello, Pantucan National High School. And to Vivian Fatima Tesado. And also to Karil Foro. May pagpaminaw, mga learners.
Right, daghang salamat sa pagpaminaw. Teacher Donna, what's going to be next?
Yes, mga kaskwela, ngayon, pag-uusapan natin for our grade 10 Technology and Livelihood Education, ang preparing vegetable dishes. Kasama sina Sir Mark Louis Cartagena, Teacher 1 from Magnaga National High School, along with his Creative Resource Material Developer, Sir Wilfredo Takasan, Master Teacher 2 of Magnaga National High School. Kaya, learning for new learning, learn significantly today about crafts and preparing dishes together with Sir Mark and Sir Wilfredo for grade 10 Technology and Livelihood Education, preparing vegetable dishes. Kaya mga kaskwela and Teacher JL, tara na, magklase na ta!
Good morning to our beloved grade 10 students. This is Radio 88.5 Radio Z-Eskwela DDO. We are happy to join you in learning new fruitful concepts in technology and livelihood education through radio broadcast. I am teacher Mark Louis Cartagena from Magnaga National High School, Pantucan North District. First, I need you to make yourselves comfortable and get ready to listen carefully to our broadcast. At this point, I want you to have your module and your pen ready for our lesson about vegetable dishes and how to prepare them. I repeat, our lesson today is about vegetable dishes and how to prepare them. Alright, get your module and make sure that you are comfortably seated. But, before we begin with our new lesson, let us know our lesson objectives. At the end of the lesson, the learner should be able to: first, select various kinds of vegetables according to a given menu. Second, identify and discuss appropriate cooking methods of vegetables in the locality to preserve optimum quality and nutrition following the standard procedures. And lastly, develop traits such as ingenuity in preparing and selecting appropriate cooking methods, sauces, and accompaniments of vegetables. In our previous lesson, the different ways to prepare ingredients were discussed. You learned that many techniques were used for food preparation before cooking, and they are done according to the requirements of the various dishes. We will now move to a lesson on appropriate cooking methods of vegetables to preserve optimum quality and nutrition. As a cook, we have a choice of many kinds of vegetables and many cooking methods. But, before we start with our discussion, let us have this short activity from our module. Let's identify what it is being asked in every question. Are you ready? Very good. Number 1, what vegetable absorbs water during cooking because of its starch content? Again, number 1, what vegetable absorbs water during cooking because of its starch content? The choices are: letter A, bell pepper; letter B, cabbage; letter C, dried beans; letter D, snap beans. Again, the choices are: letter A, bell pepper; letter B, cabbage; letter C, dried beans; letter D, snap beans. What do you think is the answer? The answer is letter C, dried beans. Question number 2. What vegetable loses water and becomes limp during cooking because of its high moisture content? Again, question number 2. What vegetable loses water and becomes limp during cooking because of its high moisture content? The choices are: letter A, bell pepper; letter B, cabbage; letter C, dried beans; letter D, snap beans. Again, the choices are: letter A, bell pepper; letter B, cabbage; letter C, dried beans; letter D, snap beans. What do you think is the answer? The answer is letter B, cabbage. Third question. What vegetable nutrients may be destroyed during cooking? Letter A, carbohydrates; letter B, minerals; letter C, protein; letter D, vitamin C. Again, third question. What vegetable nutrients may be destroyed during cooking? Letter A, carbohydrates; letter B, minerals; letter C, protein; letter D, vitamin C. What do you think is the answer? Very good. The answer is letter D, vitamin C. Number 4. In canning vegetables, what is applied to the vegetables to kill any harmful microorganisms before they are sealed in airtight containers such as cans or jars? The choices are: letter A, chemicals; letter B, cold water; letter C, heat; letter D, salt. Again, number 4. In canning vegetables, what is applied to the vegetables to kill any harmful microorganisms before they are sealed in airtight containers such as cans or jars? The choices are: letter A, chemicals; letter B, cold water; letter C, heat; letter D, salt. What do you think is the answer? The answer is letter C, heat. Question number 5. What cooking method used to complete the cooking of pre-cooked or blanched vegetables? The choices are: letter A, boiling and steaming; letter B, sautéing and pan frying; letter C, braising; letter D, baking. Again, question number 5. What cooking method used to complete the cooking of pre-cooked or blanched vegetables? The choices are: letter A, boiling and steaming; letter B, sautéing and pan frying; letter C, braising; letter D, baking. What do you think is the answer? The correct answer is letter B. Did everybody get a perfect score? Great. How about 4 over 5? Well done. 3 over 5? Very good. To those who got lower than 3, we still have many activities you can still ace from. In this next activity, we will identify what words can be formed out of these shuffled letters. Letters will be given, and you will have 30 seconds to form a word out of these shuffled letters. Are you ready? Let's begin. The first batch of shuffled letters are E, S, H, F, R. Again. The first batch of shuffled letters are E, S, H, F, R. The timer starts now. The correct answer: fresh. The next batch of shuffled letters are N, O, F, Z, R, E. Again. The next batch of shuffled letters are N, O, F, Z, R, E. The timer starts now. Time's up. The correct answer is frozen. Did somebody get the word from the shuffled letters? Great. If not, we still have 2 more items. Let's proceed. The third batch of shuffled letters are D, D, R, E, I. Again. The third batch of shuffled letters are D, D, R, E, I. The timer starts now. The correct answer. Dried. Have you gotten it? Great. Let's proceed to the last batch. The last batch of shuffled letters are N, N, A, C, E, D. Again, the last batch of shuffled letters are N, N, A, C, E, D. The timer starts now. Time's up. The correct answer is canned.
Magbabalik kami pagkatapos ng ilang patalastas.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Kami ay nagbabalik.
Can you enumerate what are these things? Words that can be formed are fresh, dried, canned, and frozen. And these words refers to you're right. These are market forms of vegetables. Now, let's understand market forms of vegetables.
Market forms of vegetables. Fresh. Fresh vegetables include all products that are newly harvested. They have not been processed. Dried. Dried vegetables are vegetables that have been dehydrated using different methods such as freeze drying, drum drying, air drying, and sun drying to prolong their shelf life and to concentrate their flavor. Frozen. Frozen vegetables are vegetables that had their temperature reduced and maintained below their freezing point for storage and transportation purposes. First, they are washed thoroughly. Some vegetables are then blanched or cooked quickly in boiling water and then shocked in ice water to stop the cooking process. The vegetables are then sorted and inspected to remove those that are not safe to eat. Lastly, they are packaged and shipped off to the market. Canned. Canned vegetables are vegetables that have been canned after picking to ensure best flavor and nutrient quality. Canning is a convenient way of preserving vegetables for consumption when they are not readily available and helps keep vegetables last longer, like freezing and drying. Also, it makes cooking with vegetables easier and more convenient. Before vegetables or any food are canned, they undergo some form of processing. Heat is applied to the vegetables to kill any harmful microorganisms before they are sealed in airtight containers such as cans or jars. The canned items are then heated under steam pressure before being packed into boxes or crates.
Market forms of vegetables.
Now, to further understand the lesson, let us use your module. If there is a market forms of vegetables, we also have a factors in selecting vegetables used for culinary arts. Do you know what are those factors? Yes, you are right. There are a number of factors considered in selecting vegetables used for culinary arts. Example of these are
factors in selection of vegetables used for culinary arts. There are a number of factors considered in selecting vegetables used for culinary arts. Examples of these are: Number 1. Season. Some vegetables are seasonal. Therefore, one must remember to choose vegetables that are in season to make sure that they are fresh and at their best. Number 2. Ways of cooking or preparation. Consider how the vegetable is for. Example, salad, soup, sandwich, and etc. Number 3. Storage. Choose vegetables according to the type of storage that is available, as veggies have different shelf life. Number 4. Budget or price. Select vegetables that are within the budget. Number 5. Color. Pick vegetables that are brightly colored and not bruised. Number 6. Firmness. Fresh vegetables should not be withered. Number 7. Nutritional value. The benefits of certain veggies should also be considered with regards to the person eating the prepared food.
Now we know the different factors in selecting vegetables, so it is more easy for us to prepare and cook vegetables. I hope everyone grasps the knowledge about market forms and factors in selecting vegetables.
This time, let us talk about the general rules of vegetable cooking. First, don't overcook. Close to service time as possible and in small quantities. Second, Avoid holding for a long period on a stained table. Third, if the vegetable must cook ahead, undercook slightly and chill rapidly. Reheat at service time. Fourth, never use baking soda with green vegetables. Fifth, cut vegetable uniformly for even cooking. Sixth, start with boiling salted water when boiling green vegetables and other vegetables that grow above the ground. Roots and tubers are started in cold, salted water for more even cooking. 7. Cook green vegetables and strong flavored vegetables uncovered. 8. To preserve color, cook red and white vegetable in slightly acid liquid. Cook green vegetables in neutral liquid. 9. Do not mix a batch of fresh cooked vegetables with batch of same vegetables that was cooked earlier and keep hot in steam vegetable. Let us further explain and be acquainted with the standards of quality and ways of cooking vegetables.
Ways of cooking vegetables. Number 1. Boiling and steaming. Boiling or steaming are the two most used methods of cooking vegetables because they are easy, economical, and adaptable to a great variety of preparations. In most cases, additional steps are required after the basic cooking is completed, such as adding butter, seasonings, flavorings, and sauces in order to make the product ready for serving. Number 2. Sautéing and pan frying. Sautéing is a dry heat cooking method used to cook vegetables in hot pan and a small amount of fat to cook food quickly. The vegetables are toasted or flipped in the pan over high heat. Pan frying is a dry heat cooking method used to cook vegetables in a larger amount of fat, usually for a longer time at lower heat, and the product is not toasted or flipped. The two methods are usually used to finish cooking, pre-cook or blanch vegetables, and for completely cooking vegetables that are raw. Stir frying is similar to sautéing, but the pan is left steady and the items being cooked are stirred, not tossed, in hot fat with spatulas or other tools. The ideal method for cooking certain vegetables, such as broccoli, that easily break or turn watery or mushy when simmered is by steaming. Number 3. Braising. Braising is a slow, moist heat cooking method which calls for a small amount of liquid, low heat, in a covered pot. Characteristics of vegetable braising procedures. Number 1. Fat is added to a braising or baking pan or a saucepan and heated. Finely diced mirepoix or other flavoring ingredients may be cooked briefly in the fat. The fat contributes to flavor and eating quality. Number 2. The vegetable, blanched or raw, is placed in the pan. It may be or may not be cooked in the fat before the liquid is added, depending on the recipe. Number 3. Liquid is added stock, water, wine, or a combination of liquids. The liquid generally covers the vegetable only partway. Number 4. The pot or saucepan is covered and the vegetable is cooked slowly in the oven or the range top. Number 4. Baking. When we talk about baking vegetables, we usually mean one or two things. Number 1. Cooking starchy vegetables such as potatoes, winter squash, and sweet potatoes, and other moist, dense textured vegetables such as tomatoes, beets, eggplant, onions, and turnips from the raw to the finished state. In some areas, it is fashionable to refer to baked vegetables as roasted. In theory, any vegetable with enough moisture can be baked, like potatoes, but the drying effects of the oven and the long cooking time make it undesirable for most small vegetables such as peas and green beans. Vegetable casseroles are baked for either of two reasons. The slow all-around heat allows the product to cook undisturbed. The agitation and stirring of range-top cooking is not always desirable. Baked beans should be finished on top of the range, but they would be mushier and more broken. The dry heat produces desirable effects such as browning and caramelizing of sugars. For example, you could put a pan of candied sweet potatoes in a steamer, but the moist heat would not allow a glaze to form. Number 4. Baking. When we talk about baking vegetables, we usually mean one or two things. Number 5. Deep frying. Deep frying is a dry heat cooking method wherein the vegetables are completely submerged in hot oil. Deep fried vegetables may be divided into 5 categories. Number 1. Vegetables dipped in butter and fried. Number 2. Vegetables breaded and fried. Number 3. Vegetables fried without a coating potatoes. Other starchy vegetables like sweet potatoes, which are cut thin, may be fried without breading or butter. Root vegetables such as beets, celery root, and parsnips can be sliced thin and fried like potato chips. Slice long roots like parsnips lengthwise. Number 4. Fritters or small vegetables or cuts mixed with a butter. Number 4. Fritters or small vegetables or cuts mixed with a butter. Number 5. Croquettes. Consist of thick vegetable puree or mixtures of small pieces of vegetable which are formed into shapes and then breaded and deep fried. Vegetables for deep frying. Most vegetables are large enough to coat with breading or butter, may be fried. Tender, quick cooking vegetables can be fried raw. Others may be pre-cooked by simmering or steaming. Briefly to reduce the cooking time they need in frying fat. Raw vegetables for frying in breading or butter. Eggplant, onion rings, tomatoes, cucumbers, mushrooms, peppers, zucchini. Blanch or pre-cooked vegetables for frying in breading or butter. Carrots, cauliflower, okra, beans, green and yellow, celery, potatoes, broccoli, and celery root. Number 6. Broiling and grilling. Grilled, quick cooking vegetables such as peppers, zucchini, large mushroom cups, and eggplant are pleasant accompaniment to grilled and roasted meats and poultry. The vegetables may be cut into broad slices, brushed with oil, and grilled until lightly cooked and lightly browned. Grilled vegetables are often dressed with vinaigrette. Broiling is also used to finish cooked or partially cooked vegetables by browning or glazing them on top. Breadcrumbs are sometimes used to give a pleasing brown color and to prevent drying.
Now, we are already familiar with the different standards of quality in cooking vegetables and as well as the ways of cooking vegetables. Did you remember the discussed topic? Very good! I hope everyone internalized and familiarized your lesson. Always remember, for us to be a good and expert cook, we need to know the market forms of vegetables and be familiar with the factors in selecting vegetables used and understand the standards quality in cooking vegetables and its ways. I repeat, if you wanted to be an expert cook, you need to follow the appropriate cooking methods and procedures. Let's have a recap later after a short reminder.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Earlier, we have discussed about market forms of vegetables, factors in selecting vegetables, use and standard of quality in cooking vegetables, and its ways. Now that our lesson is over, it's time to check and measure what you have learned. Please get your pen and let's answer the prepared assessment on page 18 in your module. Write true if the statement is correct, otherwise false. If your answer is false, write the word which make the statement false and then write the correct word to make the statement correct.
Number 1. Cook green vegetables and strong flavored vegetables in a covered pot. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word covered. It should be uncovered.
Number 2. Addition of acid during cooking soften the vegetable fibers. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word soft. It should be toughens.
Number 3. Combine acid vegetables like tomatoes to green vegetables just before service to prevent discoloration of greens. Is it true or false? If false, What makes a statement false? What is your answer? The answer is true. Number 4. If vegetable must be cooked ahead of time, cook thoroughly and chill rapidly. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word cook. It should be undercooked. Number 5. Never use baking soda with green vegetables. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is true. Number 6. Vegetables require longer time in cooking. Is it true or false? If false, what makes a statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word longer. It should be shorter. Number 7. Season liquid before adding vegetables to blend flavors of herb and spices. Is it true or false? If false, what makes a statement false? What is your answer? The answer is true. Number 8. Frozen vegetables can be cooked directly into a steamer or by boiling in salted water. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word salted. It should be unsalted. Number 9. Canning makes cooking with vegetables easier and more convenient. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is true. Number 10. Frozen vegetables are heavily salted during processing. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word heavily. It should be slightly. Number 11. Start with cold, salted water when boiling green vegetables and other vegetables that grow above the ground. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word cold. It should be boiling. Number 12. Roots and tubers are started in hot, salted water for more even cooking. Is it true or false? If false, what makes the statement false? What is your answer? The answer is false. The word that makes the statement wrong is the word hot. It should be
cold.
Did you get the right answers? Very good! Congratulations, students! You did the great job today.
For your homework, please design a vegetable menu, imagining that you are in charge of planning the menu for COVID patients. You want to plan nutritious vegetable dishes. Create a clear, descriptive menu that includes vegetables, what vegetable you choose, what cooking methods would you choose and why. Don't forget to write your homework in your notebook.
Hey, buddy. We have just finished another lesson. For you to understand more and master the lesson about market forms of vegetables, factors in selecting vegetables used, and standard quality in cooking vegetables and its ways. You also need to answer the remaining activity on page 21 to 22. This activity will help you to develop more skills and strengthen your knowledge of the lesson. Don't forget to share what you have learned. Remember, sharing is more than winning. Until next time, again, I'm Mark Louis Daniel Po Cartagena from Magnagan National High School, Bantukan North District, saying, let us discover and explore new knowledge to ensure a better future. Bye-bye!
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangi, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milaban, Medard T. Api, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judilan T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Ranara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw,
na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhan bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. edukasyo'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go!
Ang tambahan, Teacher JL and Teacher Donna ay nagbabalik mga ka-Z-Eskwela. Oras natin, 2 minutes lang bago mag alas 2 ng hapon. Teacher Donna, 2 minuto na lang nalalabi para sa atin na para magsalita dito, Teacher Donna. Oras, by the way, hatid sa atin ng DB Construction and Supply and Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated. We would like to thank our content presenter for our last lesson presentation today. We have Mark Louis Cartagena, Teacher 1 of Magnaga National High School, along with Sir Wilfredo Takasan, Master Teacher 2 of Magnaga National High School. Daghan kayong salamat. Teacher Donna, babalik ba tayo bukas?
Yes, magbabalik kami ni Teacher JL bukas at 10 to 12 noon. At pagkatapos niyan from 12 noon to 2 p.m. makakasama niyo po si Teacher Given.
Right. So, wala na tayong oras na pa mga ka-Z-Eskwela. That's why we're saying goodbye for now. But as Teacher Donna just mentioned a while back, we're gonna be here tomorrow from 10 to 12 noon, and from 10 to 2 o'clock, you will be with Sir Given tomorrow. Alright? So, sa tanan na naminaw, daghan kayong salamat. Sa ngalan po ng bumubuo ng Radyo Z-Eskwela, ito po si Teacher JL.
And I am Teacher Donna.
Hanggang sa muli, dalaygon ang Diyos.